always make you smile, don't I? We're like the waves on a big blue stormy sea, but still you're the one who brings out the best in me. We're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, but then we get back up again. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, it's never getting boring when we keep aiming for the stars, just you and me. We always get back up again. You and me. Baby, you and me. There's no one else who can make me feel like I can do anything I dream of but you. We can fight all day and make love at night, 'cause we always figure it out, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, we're like the waves on a big blue stormy sea. We're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, but then we get back up again. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, it's never getting boring when we keep aiming for the stars, just you and me. We always get back up again. You and me. You and me. Baby, you and me. You always leave me wanting more. Baby, you and me, we're like the perfect storm, and you know that I can't get enough of you, no. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, and then we always get back up again. We're a little messed up, baby, kinda up and down, and we keep falling till we hit the ground, but then we get back up again. Yeah, we're a little messed up, baby, it's never getting boring when we keep aiming for the stars, just you and me. We always get back up again. You and me.
I used to stay up all night trying to find my place, chasing neon lights and looking for some kind of trace to lead me out of darkness. Give me a little faith, something to make me stronger, someone who could light the way. Then you came to me and you gave me reason. I almost can't believe it. Every time we touch, I feel at home. There's no way I'd ever let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. 'Cause when we touch is when I really come alive. Yeah, 'cause when we touch is when I really come alive. Yeah. I don't know anybody that could compare to you. The way you're always smiling, the way you light up a room. I couldn't live without you, not even if I tried. 'Cause every day I'm with you, I'm flying over the clouds. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm flying over the clouds, and I'm not coming down. Every time we touch, I feel at home. There's no way I'd ever let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. we touch, I feel at home. Just the way I never let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. Yeah, I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. 'Cause when we touch is when I really come alive.
Hey there chat, sorry for the delay. Just have to quickly check something here on my other screen. Just give me one moment. Just give me one moment. Okay.
There are a new round of kernel patches posted today by NVIDIA for the open source, traditionally reverse-engineered Nouveau graphics driver, implementing support for SVM atomic memory operations.
The fuck? Okay, where were we yesterday? Quickly see where we ended off. So we need to implement the tests for Ecmp costing and Ecmp weight, right? I think the first thing we probably need to do is commit what we have here. What did we add? Let's just go through this. Let's just go through this and see what's up. We changed around the quarantining and the BGP graceful shutdown, right? What file is this in? This is the init file. Okay. We added area to OSPF. We added the Ecmp costing, or the Ecmp weight and the costs. Cleaned up the output a bit. I tried to fix this file, but I was again stumped as to how to fix the pylons errors that we're receiving. It's down here, right? We can probably just revert that. Okay. Definitely not going to add that. OSPF, we made a small change to okay, we probably need to decide what we're going to commit first. Probably start with the easiest things like the BGP changes. Let's see what we can do. That's OSPF, right? That's BGP. That's BGP. We cleaned up the output of it. That's the quarantining. That's OSPF. That's OSPF. This is OSPF. This is OSPF. This is OSPF. This is OSPF, 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 BGP, 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 BGP. Okay, so that is just the BGP changes that we did. So we cleaned up basically the command line interface to changing BGP configuration. Okay, and then we implemented the OSPF stuff, right? All of these are pretty clean changes we made. Just implemented the functions and methods that we need. Changed areas to a string from an integer. Added in the pending and current configuration. Okay, that's pretty straightforward as well. Oh, what we also added was the command line stuff for it. Right. There's no fix me's, I think. There's one fix me. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. So BirdPlan added OSPF command line interface to change Ecmp weight and interface cost. Okay. We can probably push this so long. Do we have Colorama in our CI file? No, we don't. We're gonna need Colorama as well here. We probably need to start splitting this up a bit. Fuck, can we just not, can we edit this in VS Code instead? My Vim loves its tabs a little bit too much here. Where is that file gone? Here we go. Let us move these onto a new line. And we can sort them maybe. Hang on. It'll be easier to do it this way. Okay. That's all the linting. Actually, that's not only the linting. We can split these up a little bit, I think. Keep them up nicely inside groups of what exactly is going on. This is dependencies. This is a dependency, definitely. Python YAML. Okay, and we need Colorama, right? Right. I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, and our container. Let's just see what we got for that. We need to add Colorama there as well. Okay, let's do a push. You can probably see how that looks then.
Here is an interesting fact I just found. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos.
Here's our Firefox gone, chat. Where did Firefox disappear to? That's weird. Firefox. Give me a moment, I need to quickly find it. Got too many fucking windows open. There we go. Okay, let's check this pipeline. Okay, I just want to see if that's going to fail or not quickly. as soon as we can be sure that that looks good. While that's doing that, okay, maybe we can just continue anyway. I think you can always see if it fails or not, right? Damn it. Okay, so testing is then next, right? So we're going to need some kind of a network setup here. We're going to be testing Ecmp and interface costs, both separately and then combined. So we got interface groups. How the flying fuck are we going to do that, chat? How are we even going to do that? That is a very good question. I think we might have to start with something simple. Where's my my fucking plant UML gone? Let's see what this looks like. So what is a good test of this even going to be? Maybe we just copy the redistribute connected test. I mean, we could do the static test. Does it really matter even? Probably. Redistribute static might be a better idea. Very good question. This, or even stub might work, right? Give me a sec. Just give me a moment, chat. God damn it. Need to quickly sort a small issue here out. Oh my dear Jesus. Just give me a moment. Won't take long. Give me a moment, chat. Okay. Okay. So, if we use a stub interface, that might work. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. We could even use just plain static routes as well. We could just define 2 static routes or so. That is over an interface. Maybe static routes might be an idea. Or maybe we do something that's got all of the routes as we do with BGP. It's probably going to be too many though. We just need to test if the routing is going to be added correctly. Ecmp and cost won't affect anything there, right? Maybe we start with the static routes then. So I think if we copy this test and we rename this to T70 interface cost, right? And then we need to adjust our tests here slightly. I think what we can do is delete these files, delete these. We just need redistribute static true on one of them. Let's wait for VS Code to delete them. Use every single fucking
While so
time
far only the NVIDIA proprietary driver on Linux supports the Vulkan ray tracing extensions, eventually we will see support for these new Vulkan extensions with the AMD Vulkan drivers for the Radeon RX 6000 series and newer. There has also been work by Intel in preparing for Vulkan ray tracing with ZHPG. For when the time comes to test those implementations, there is finally one good, open source, automated Vulkan RD benchmark so far.
Why does VS Code take so fucking long to delete files? Jesus Christ. The entire interface just fucking hangs. Deleting 6 files. Mate. Okay, wait. Over here, right? This is not going to be redistributed static anymore, so we're going to change these things shortly, but where do we even put in the redistribute static option? Static true. Let's grab that. I think it would go in here. Extra config, we're probably going to move down here though. Okay, so what do we have with BGP then? Oh god, we got a lot of things here. A lot of different tests. We got inbound config file, inbound command line. So we're probably going to have to split this as well. Let's go T10 config file. Right. We're going to use a command line to delete these instead. tests, right? T30 OSPF, T17 interface crossed. Delete expected. Let us copy this template into here. That's the test. Can we use the same template for all of our tests? Maybe we can. Maybe we can. Okay, so that's then going to use .template. Right? Why is that throwing an error? Oh, we need an init file, don't we? Okay. Problem solved. Okay, so now I think we need some more, or we first had to plan how this is going to be laid out. Let's see, this is going to be T10 config file. So how are we going to do this? I think we moved away from adding the roots into our diagrams. This makes things take quite a bit longer to update when we add more things and everything. So we got R1 connected to the switch. We got switch connected to R2. So what we're probably going to do is add R3, R4, R5. So that is 4. I think we need 6 routers. Right? Oh god. And then what we need is all of those connected to one more router. So probably to a switch. So all of these. How do you select? I don't know how you select a fucking block anyway. We can remove this. So oh shit, these are going to be R3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it's going to point to our switch rather. Right. Could have probably just searched and replaced this. 4, 5, 6, 7. Connected to switch S2. Right. And then switch S2 is going to be connected to router R8 0. Okay. How even are we going to do this? I don't know. We probably need to add the second interface in here. What is R2's default second interface? R2's default doesn't have a second interface, but oh, it does. 102. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to stick with that then. The others do not have default second interfaces. Okay, I mean, we can do that. It's not a problem. 102 and FC. Okay. How does this look so far? Probably fucked. Yeah, completely fucked. What is wrong here? Syntax error. R2 facing switch to. Why is R2 facing switch to a problem?
Hey chat, did you know? You can't kill yourself by holding your breath.
Wait, what? It's gonna be each one of these two. Oh shit. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Why is this throwing a problem then? Line 43. Is that's the problem? Nope, but that can anyway go at the end if we wanted it to. Oh, I suppose I can stay there, fuck it. Why is this throwing an error now? Let's delete this. Okay. So we just need to connect R2 then. Oh, there's no R3, I think. That's probably why. Well, that's dying on line 43, so if we add R3... Right. Line 54 now. That's not called R3, is it? That's weird. Well, that actually looks a bit fucked. Hey there, Hades. Zede, how's it going, mate? Maybe this needs to, I think we might need to sort this out a bit. I think we start over. With that. Okay, so that is definitely not what we want. Why is switch 1 connecting to... What on earth is even going on here? It's not right, mate. Okay. R2 should be connecting to S2. Right? So router R2 S2 R2 ETH1. Not enough, mate, not enough. Unfortunately. Just give me a second. Let me just check if there's anything urgent here. No, everything I think is okay. Okay. Those digital gold bags of yours must be looking pretty. Unfortunately not, mate. No. Unfortunately not. maybe one day, you know, maybe one day. Not at the moment though. Why is R8? Why is R3 there then? R3 should be on the same level as R2, right? Well, that is sort of not exactly what I expected to happen. Hey there, KM Reaction. How's it going, mate? It's not exactly. I don't want that line going there. I want these things to be split up and down and shit. I don't know why that is like that though. Let's add a few more. Let's add R4 and see if we can fix it. R4. Sorry if everything's going off the fucking screen here. I don't know how to fix the right hand side so it does not scroll. I don't think there's a way to do it. Oh, is it preview locking? What the fuck does that do? Nope. Change preview settings. Nope.
Hey Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following KM_reaction.
I fucking know how to fix it. I'm always in general. I am in it. I'm in your server in a different name. Okay. Cool beans, mate.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so we're gonna have to scroll up and down every fucking time we change something here, right? So ignore all the descriptions and everything. We're just trying to get the diagram, what we're after, to be able to test out the costing of interfaces. So switch 1 needs to also then connect to
Chat,
R4,
did you know
right?
CBS 60 Minutes is the only TV show without a theme song / music.
Okay, so that's definitely not what we're after. Maybe if we make these point downwards. Okay. Maybe this is going to be an idea. Maybe if we make this one point downwards as well. And this one point downwards. Maybe. And then router R2 points downwards. This might work. And this one points downwards. Okay. Maybe R1 needs to point downwards as well. That might work. I don't know what price you're hoping. Wait, hang on a second. Sorry. I got too many windows open here. Is this your job or something? Yeah, man. I don't know what price you're hoping for then. Yeah, so Hades, developing open source things is quite a bit different than developing an actual software package or so. Generally, it isn't the same sort of remuneration structure. Oh fuck yeah, BTC, my fucking BTC is through the roof, mate. Although I've been spending some of it. Unfortunately. Just give me one short sec. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's like 46,000 now, right? I think I'm actually just going to drain it or something. I don't know. I don't like BTC anymore. It's too fucking stressful. So router R2 points to switch 2, switch 2 points to R8. So those can go down. router R3 points to switch to R3 ETH1. Okay, this might actually work. Sort of. I mean, it's not the perfect diagram, right? But it's automatic, so. And then router R4 points to S2 R4 ETH1. Okay. This might actually work out quite well. A good time to really be cautious about decisions there. No one knows where things are going, but the potential is unreal. Don't know if you heard about MicroStrategy Bitcoin for Corps conference. No, unfortunately not, mate. I mean, with all the regulations coming into play and everything, I don't think it's. I mean, I don't want more fucking headaches or anything. I would rather extract all my BTC and invest it into one of my companies or something. I think be totally rid of that nightmare. R5 is going to be, I suppose R4 actually needs the correct IPs first of all. R4 needs correct IPs. R5 needs correct IPs. Oh god, this thing jumping up and down is really a fucking pain in the ass. Okay, so we got R5 sitting up top there now, so our IPs are correct. They really fucked up, but they're correct. We need R6 and R7. R6. Yeah, man, I mean, if you I mean, I don't just use like one. Just give me a second. I don't use like one place to store everything, right? And all of the changes in the global financial sector, I mean, I get more issues from the fucking banks these days than anything. It is absolutely insane. Every sort of month or so, I need to update a document with every single international transfer we've done, with all the supporting documentation and everything for all the anti-money laundering things. At the end of the year, the document will be over 300 pages long or so that we need to submit to the regulatory authority in EU and in some of the other places that we do business as well. It's just too much fucking effort to track all of these things, and then you have the bank complaining that, oh, why are there all these transactions on your account and on your credit card and everything. It's like, dudes, I'm trying to run fucking businesses here. Stop giving me issues and everything. Everything is perfectly legal. We have supporting documentation for everything, and then you have a tax authority that says, okay, we now would like to audit X, Y, and Z, and you say, oh god, Jesus fuck, dude. And now it's supplying all the documentation all over. It's just so fucking hectic, man. It just isn't worth the hassle at the end of the day. I want to try and simplify things. So we currently have some sort of an investigation from a UK bank as well, where they just asked for a whole bunch of things 3 times now, to see if there's any sort of money laundering or anything going on, which there isn't. Everything is completely above board. But spending like 2 hours on the phone with them just to do that is just fucking insane, man. It's draining. It's like, how are we going to plan the businesses now if the the bank suddenly decides, hey, we don't feel like providing services anymore. I don't know, man. It's fucking crazy shit. Yeah, I'm sorry as well. Yeah, unfortunately, well, yeah, with BTC, I suppose you don't need the banks, but the transaction fees are going up there, and trying to actually get the money out of it is even harder than anything else in some countries, because still you then have to draw it to a bank, and then the banks say, okay, where did all of this money now come from? And then you need to fill out your tax returns and everything, and then the fucking tax authority does an audit and says, okay, we want all the supporting documentations for that. I mean, as soon as you draw crypto into a bank account anywhere now, you're going to be asked questions. And almost every single tax authority in sort of technologically developed countries or so, they are monitoring your bank accounts as well. Well, if they ask questions, right, you need to supply supporting documentation. And the issue with that is it can be a very, very long process to do it. So they will then want to know, okay, where did your BTC come from? I mean, even for an individual as well. Yep, they're basically monitoring your bank accounts for that as well. I've had my bank account pulled before. They said, okay, we have, I don't think they call it a subpoena or so, but they asked the bank to specify all the transactions of one of my accounts. And then they asked, okay, here's your tax return you filled out. Here's all the transactions. Why isn't there a sort of a correspondence between the two? I said it's because I have to pay some of the business accounts with my credit card. Why else? That took about 8 months or so to do that. It was a very long process and extremely expensive as well. Extremely expensive. We needed 3 tax professionals to basically go through the transactions, draw up all the reports and everything in a way that the revenue service would understand. No, it's only my personal things and only two of my businesses. It isn't complex at all. Okay, so S1 is to point to R5. It's pretty straightforward, man. It's like a single amount every month for a business and shit like that, and it goes in the one side, out the other side.
Hey chat, did you know Tehran is the most expensive city on earth?
That's interesting, Kendra. Let's take 7. I think I'm just pretty unlucky, man. I know people that own a lot more businesses than I do, and some of them that try to be sneaky, and they haven't ever been approached by any revenue service or anything. Okay, that's pretty much what this is gonna look like, I think. I don't have very much money, man. I would actually one day really enjoy to afford an apartment or so. I can't even apply for finance for a house. Because as soon as you own your own business or so, you are at risk to the bank. I've had one of my employees before that earned a third of my salary. They applied for a house and were automatically approved. I applied and I was denied. It's really fucked up. I spend about twice as much in rent per month at the moment than what I would on the repayment of a house, and that's been going on for the past 20 years or so. I would have been able to pay off a house by now. But if you own a business or so, you're pretty much fucked. Pretty much fucked. You need to earn a really, really, really high salary for that. Yeah, the banks are really fucked up, man. And seeing as my businesses have absolutely no sort of loans or finance with the banks or anything, because we're all above board in terms of any liabilities or so. I mean, we purchased the company cars that we've had cash, just because we didn't want to pay the banks for the finance and everything, because they basically rip you off over like a 3-year period. It's fucking insane. It's like fucking, I don't know, 80,000 rand or something. So we said, well, we're just going to buy them cash then, and still they will not provide finance at all. It's really fucked up. Okay, so we got R1 injecting the roots into R2 3 4 5 6 7 and R2 3 4 5 6 7 injecting them into R8. Is this going to work is the other question. Blockchain for finance. Sounds interesting. Yeah, so if you ever plan to open your own business or so, apply for finance when you're working for a company first. They can't take the finance away from you. But if you work for yourself and you try and apply for finance or so, you need to show an incredible fucking history and income to be able to have them approve it. Okay. How are we even going to configure this is the other question. I think OSPF, we just need to throw it either 0, right? And R2, we just need to have 2 interfaces. So we can probably just, I mean, we don't even need the quotes on this. We just throw it ETH1. Right? Cool beans, man. Have a good one, mate. Let us see. So we're gonna copy R2 then to R3. Cheers, man. That's just gonna be a 3 there. We copy R3 to R4. It's just gonna be a 4 here. R4 to R5, R6, R7, and R8. R5. R6. R7, R8. Okay. And R8 will just be ETH0. Okay. And give me a second, someone's just sending me a message here. Okay. So R8 has just got ETH0 pointing. Oh shit, we need to update all the router IDs, right? 4, 5. It's 5. That's 6. This is 7. This is 8. Okay, so everything's connected ETH0 and ETH1. Right, we probably need to have the extra config for all of them as well, right? Now, how are we going to do the costing then? Huh. Now that is going to be interesting. How are we going to do the costing for this, chat? It needs to be on both interfaces, right? Right? I think so. You can't just set it on one, else we're going to have uneven routes. At least I think. That's how it's going to work. Okay, let's see. Let's add these over here. Put this over here. This over here. We don't want it on R8 though. I suppose we could add it anyway. It's fine. Okay, so what we now then probably need to do is in our template we need to set these fuckers up, right?
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. In The Empire Strikes Back there is a potato hidden in the asteroid field.
Asteroid field. What the fuck, Kendra? What the fuck, mate? Asteroid field.
Raid Shadow NordVPN Legends.
Oh god. Hey there, Robotic Head. How's it going, mate? What have you been up to, man? Why is there an ETH2 here, though? Raid Shadow NordVPN Legends. Raid Shadow Nord Legends VPN. Maybe we just need to override. I think we added ETH2. Is ETH2 set as a stub? It's not set as fucking anything here. Oh, it's set in the roots. Okay, maybe we should just leave that alone then. Maybe we just leave that fuck alone. Yeah, man, working hard, stressing harder, that's the way it goes, right? Okay, so this is going to be R1, R2 interfaces equals ETH0, ETH1. What is R2's default interfaces that we have for it? So these go all the way up to E2. Fuck, man. I think these are the interfaces that we are expecting. R2, 64, god, it's so small, 6402 and 10201. Oh, fuck. I made a boo-boo. I made a fuck up, chat. These over here. Oh my god, hang on a second. Let's just paste it in here first. We're probably gonna have to choose a different IP range. This is probably gonna have to be 100 for these test cases. Oh, it can't be 100. Fuck me. Maybe 101. I don't know. What was this before? 102. Fuck. Okay, it's gonna probably have to stay at 102. They're not on the same range. That's the problem. So all of the, oh my god, this fucking preview. All of these they need to change to 102, and this is going to be 7, 7. 6, 6, 102, 102. We can make it into a thing. Yeah, man. 2, 2, 5, 5. 2, 2, 4, 4. 2, 2, 3, 3. But R2 is now 2. Ah, for fuck's sake. I don't know. 2, 2, 2, 2. I don't fucking care. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 5, 5, 2, 2, 6, 6, 2, 2, 7, 7. And R8 is then going to be 2, 2, 8, 8. So this one is going to be swapped. Or actually, this one's going to get deleted, right? That's going to change to ETH0. This is going to change to R8. And this is going to be 2. It can be 1 even. 2, 2, 1, 1. Because that's 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. And let's go over here. And this is going to be then switched to 2. So R2 interfaces is ETH0, ETH1, and we got 64, 100, 102, 2, 102, 2. So if we copy this then 7 more times, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we change this to R3, this to R4, 4, this to R5. To R6, to R7, to R8. Hang on a second, why have we got 9 now? Doesn't matter, fuck it. Okay, so this is then going to change to unique MAC addresses. Easiest just to do it this way, right? Pretty sure 0 to 0 is like private MAC space or something. Does not really matter, right? It's all zeros anyway. I doubt we're ever going to clash with anything. This then all needs to change to 3s for the IP. This one would need to change to 4s, right? Okay, this one 5s. This one 6s. I would love to automate this, but unfortunately. I mean, we could automate this in some really confabulated way, but it'll probably take like 2 hours to do it rather than just typing it out. You can create a function that generates an attribute if the attribute is requested or something, I guess. Fuck, I don't know. Okay, this is then going to change to R3, R4, R5, R6, R7, R8. Okay, that's going to spin up our 8 routers, right? How do we connect into a switch though? Like this. We need to spin up S2 as well. So we just say switches S2 and it'll spin up an extra switch for us. So this will be then routers, switches, S1 and S2. Okay. And then we need to connect our interfaces. So how is R1 connected by default? ETH0 to S1. So we need to keep it like that. What we're gonna do, where the fuck is that thing gone? Oh my dear Jesus. That's BGP. Let's close this fucking thing here. Okay. It's only got one Ethernet interface we need connected, but R2 needs to get connected. R2, oh my god, I forgot what R2 is connected to by default. Fuck me. Fuck me, man. ETH0 is all connected to S1. Up to R3. So R3 is still connected, so we need to start from R4 then. R4 is going to have both of them. R4 and R4 ETH1 S2. Okay, so then we just need to copy S2 to these ones. Right? So R2 has got two interfaces, ETH1's configuration, or ETH0's configuration, ETH1's configuration. ETH0 is connected to S1, which is default. ETH1's connected to S2.
Here's an interesting fact I just found. It's against the law to doze off under a hairdryer in Florida / against the law to slap an old friend on the back in Georgia / against the law to play hopscotch on a Sunday in Missouri.
Wait, what? What did she even say, chat? You figure it out quick. It's against the law to doze off under a hairdryer in Florida. It's also against the law to slap an old friend on the back in Georgia. And it's also against the law to play hopscotch on a Sunday in Missouri. What the fuck, eh? That's very strange laws. Didn't I say R3 was the last one? So R4 needs both of them, right? So R4 needs ETH0 connected to S1 and ETH1 connected to S2. R5 would be the same, R6 would be the same, R7, and then R8 needs ETH0 connected to S2. Okay. I fucked that up. Okay. So we only need ETH0 for this one as well. I don't know, chat, is this gonna work? Maybe. Let's try it and see. Chat response with maybe. Yeah. Let's see what happens. It's probably gonna fail. Doesn't actually look like it failed there. Didn't fail. But we need to figure this out now. I think we got too much output. We probably need to reduce the number of threads we're running first of all. We got a couple too many here. I think with no option should be fine. That's a bit better. With like 20,000 lines of threads being set up. Okay, so where did that end now? Jesus, there's like 20,000 fucking files here. Or lines of code, of output. Okay. These are all the routers coming up, right? We need to determine if our fucking 1 and 8 have got the correct routes. We don't need to care about anything in between, I don't think. But we're getting a failure for some reason. Maybe we need to write the expected data out and see what it actually looks like. This is going to generate a large number of files over here. What? Only 2? That's weird. I thought it was supposed to generate a file per router. That's not probably good. Okay, well, we've got the output here. We need to shine and black it first, right? Let's just make sure everything's nicely formatted. God, how many lines is this? Probably quite a couple. Jesus, 4,000. Holy shit. Okay, well, R1, mate. Why have we got 100 or 132 here? Oh. That's the other routes that we're busy sending along, it seems. Maybe we need to cut down how many routes we're actually sending here. I think this is a bit too many. The thing is, how would we know? I mean, they all should be treated the same, right? If we've just got maybe we should just add one static route, like 131. I think that might be okay. And we can remove our kernel routes in as well. I mean, we're just trying to test the costing of routes, really. And kernel routes, we probably only need them on R8. I don't know, we'll have to see that. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what that looks like. Okay, let's try that again and check what happens. Whoops, that was our China Black. Let's see what happens, chat. See. We probably need to delete that expected file first of all. T10. Oops. Let's rerun that and see what happens. Okay.
Hey chat, did you know? Recycling one glass jar saves enough energy to watch TV for 3 hours.
Wait, what? Need to China Black this thing first. Okay, so R8, we should have a Ecmp root hopefully, which we're probably not going to have, right? Oh no, we do. Is our Ecmp root there, chat? I'm pretty sure that's R8. Yep, that's R8. We got an Ecmp root with more than one next hop with specific weights. Oh shit. You know what we forgot here, right? We forgot to make this slightly more complicated. We can't just have one switch. We need to split these into 3 switches. So 2 each. That's what we need to do. Oh my god, I forgot about that. But only to R8 really. Because I want to use the same test to test out when we put interfaces into groups. So we actually need 2 more switches. Right, and we're going to split them into a group of 3 or 3 switches, right? I'll show you what it's going to look like now. I suppose we can just leave these as they were. Okay. Not like that though. We'll see now. Oh, wait a minute. This needs to be 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4. Something like that. Right? Was that not what the... I don't think it's actually necessary, right? Because the cost is set on the sending router side, isn't it? Maybe this isn't even necessary to do this. I think the cost is set on the sending side. So we should still have our ECMP routes then split if we change the costing of these things. Okay, so how we can do that is... So we are seeing ECMP routes at the moment. The other thing we need to do is we need to fix the router output over here, hey? This is not good. This only takes the last one. It shouldn't be taking the last one. It should be outputting for all of them. Give me a second. Should be outputting for all of them. So we should have like an underscore at the end of this with the router name. I think that's a deficiency in our test framework. Where is the other question? It'll be here somewhere. Over here, but we do have BirdPlan.yaml.router. Where is it then storing the expected shit? That's weird. I think it's not in here, it's in the simulation. Nope. Conf tests. Yep. It takes a conf name. Well, that's a little bit more difficult, really. Simulation.conf files. I think this is used in quite a couple of fucking places. I don't quite know how to change it. I think the last time we changed it, we broke a whole bunch of things. Where is that even set? Somewhere in BIRD, right? The BIRD run fucking generate configuration path
I was
thing.
searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. There are more psychoanalysts per capita in Buenos Aires than any other place in the world.
Wait, what? What does that mean? Where the fuck are we storing the conf file? Maybe we should search for conf file. Might be an idea. Okay. That one's storing it with XBGP at the end. That's what we should be doing with BIRD actually. We are storing it with the BIRD router at the end. So then, why is it not working? Why is it only outputting 1? It's definitely in the simulation then that's going wonky. Where the fuck is it? Over here somewhere, right? Conf test.
Break all the things. Now time for our sponsor Raid Nor Shadow VPN Legends. A multiple virtual player network that you just sink all your hard-earned dollars into. It is super fun.
Oh my god. What the fuck is going on here, man? I don't understand this. What have we done, chat? What have we done? Conf file name. I'm pretty sure we need that. But the thing is, what the fuck? Why is there what does this even, what does the expected conf file name do when we call self.expected or simulation.expected path? What does that even do? Node Shadow Raid VPN Legends. That should just be the path of where it is. I don't understand how the file's being renamed to expected underscore. Actually, maybe I can. It's a single file, isn't it? Fuck. That's why it's being renamed to expected underscore. Aha. Okay. I understand sort of now. But the problem is, how does one fix it? We've got the configuration file name, which should be maybe, oh god, this is probably the worst idea I've ever had. Maybe what we need to do is remove .py. Right. I've got no idea what's going to happen here. I have a feeling it might be what we're after. Okay, see what happens. That looks a little bit better. A little bit better and a little bit worse all at the same time. So we actually need to change you remove the .yaml. And we need to add .conf at the end. Something like that, maybe. So this basically allows us to see the configuration of BirdPlan for every test that we do. So if we ever need to refer to how a scenario was configured without all the templating and everything, we can just look at the files that were output. We've got a failure in our pipeline though. Give me a second to check what's going on there. Oh, it's fine. Okay, that looks worse. Ah.
I just found something interesting. Studies show that if a cat falls off the 7th floor of a building, it has about 30% less chance of surviving than a cat that falls off the 20th floor. It supposedly takes about 8 floors for the cat to realize what is occurring, relax and correct itself.
Oh. I wonder how they figured that out. Okay, that looks a lot better. I think maybe it should be .birdplan at the end. I don't know. Here's all the routers configurations that we have. I don't know, man. It's still 95%. I think we'll have to see. There was just a black error that prevented the push that I just did from completing. It's probably still about 95% or so. I don't think what we're doing now would increase it. We're going to be going for 100 as soon as we got all the functionality in. What were these files called before? Yeah, I hope so, mate. I really hope so. If staff and clients would just fucking stop bothering me during the day, it might help. This is going to be BirdPlan.yaml is being replaced with .birdplan underscore. I don't know, .birdplan underscore dot. Let's just see what that looks like. I want this to be the last time we fuck with these configuration files. Let's see you send me maybe a message here. Give me a second. Okay. That looks a bit better. I think that's sort of almost what I was after. Why have we got an underscore after fucking static though? I think that'll do, sort of. Should be sort of okay. There we go. I think that's what my original goal was with that. Okay, so now that that fucking thing is fixed, let's add that to our commits. I don't know if that's going to break anything. Let's just check. I think, did it break RESTful shutdown and stuff? I think that's what it broke the last time. Single thread is so slow, hey? 24 was so much faster. I think it's okay though. I'm not seeing any failures. Okay. We can commit that before we forget it, or before I forget about it. That's going to require a rerun of all the tests this evening, which actually takes about 17 minutes now if we do not do code coverage. That should be good. Okay, so what were we busy with? We were going to check out what the output files were in terms of the routing tables. So we need to do a... Actually first, fix the other problem that we had. Let's black everything. Oh shit, we need to do a chown first. I can have that test run so long, see if it finally passes. Okay, so R1. We're looking at R8, right? We've got our Ecmp routes here, I can see them all over the place. Oh, wait a minute. Why don't I see Ecmp routes for IPv4? Uh-oh. That's not good. There's no Ecmp routes at all. Yes, for v6. There's no Ecmp routes for R8 using IPv4, but R8's kernel table has got them in it. Oh, that's v6, right? Where's v4? R8's v4 table.
I just found something interesting. Cats have over 100 vocal sounds, while dogs only have about 10.
Oh god, this is not good. Why don't we have v4 Ecmp routes, chat? That is definitely not ideal. How are we even going to investigate that? Maybe it's something to do with the configuration that we have. Shit. I'm sure we had it earlier though. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's delete the expected data and try that again. See what it looks like. I'm gonna have to quickly grab myself something more to drink though, shortly. Let's try and black this. I was hoping we would not be running into a problem like this. You see, 102's got Ecmp from R1. V4 and V6. R8 has got nothing. Why has R8 got... Oh, you know why. You know why. We added in this interface. That should be ETH0. That's what the problem was. Let's delete. Why V6 worked, I'm not entirely sure. Let's run that again. I think that should be fine now. Let's black and chown it. This looks a bit better. R8, there we go. There's our Ecmp routes v4. Okay. Okay, so we need to test out the costing now. I'm going to quickly grab myself a cup of coffee, chat, and I'll be right back. Just have to use the microwave because my fucking kettle still hasn't arrived. I will be right back. Give me a few minutes, man.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. A standard slinky measures 87 feet when stretched out.
Okay. Let's see where we were. Give me a moment just to check some mailboxes here. Yes, give me a moment. Okay. So we're getting our Ecmp routes now, right? We probably need to start changing these things to say that this is cost testing. Test for cost. Okay. And I don't really think we need all the intermediate routers output. You just need R1 and R8. Okay. Maybe we do need them all. Let's just keep them all for now. We can always remove that a bit later on, I think. Okay. So how are we going to change this then? We first probably have to fix this one as well. What do we call this? Test case for interface cost using default settings. Okay, I'm going to copy that one. Why is that called reader speed static though? They call this 3 paths, I think. And what we need to do there then is set a bunch of extra fucking configuration. We're going to have to remove the expected data. And we're going to change the config. How are we going to do that? R 2 extra config equals what is the cost by default? 10, right? I think it was 10. So we're going to assign one to 12. Right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And a group of 2 each. Let's just go 14 and go 16. Okay, what is that gonna do? That should give us 3 paths, of which 1 should be activated or inserted into the RIP, right? Let's just run interface cost first. I wonder if we shouldn't. It's going to have a lot of files in these directories. Let's just copy this one, call this one T10 basic, delete this file. And call this one T12. I suppose config file is fine. And remove that file. Okay. And let's run our basic test.
Hey chat, did you know the longest word in the English language, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, is pneumonoultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis?
Wait, what? Why did this fail? That's very weird. I've got no fucking idea, mate. I'll paste it for you. It's a fuck. Try having that in like a spelling bee, right? That's gonna confuse a lot of kids. Okay. So what we're interested in here is R8 has got Ecmp roots, right? Which it does in the OSPF table. We need to check v4. R1 master, it has it. R8 master has it. R8 master 6, it has it. R8 kernel, it has it. R8 kernel, it has it. 4v6 as well. Okay, so that's good. Then this one over here is going to split it into 3 paths, right? Let's see what that looks like. That's a good idea, mate. Okay, so what has happened? Why isn't this... Why is there no output? Unless VS Code has gone a bit fucking cuckoo. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's do a China Black. Oh, is it a synonym? Okay, well. Oops. I've got no idea what I just pressed. I'm somehow in debug mode. Okay, so how are we even going to verify this? We've got 2 next stops and it's got the correct 2 routers, but how do we see all the other routes then? I don't think we can. They've been filtered. What does R8 look like? It's got router 2 and 3, which is right. Because 2 and 3 had the cost of 12. The others had higher costing. Okay, I mean, I am, I suppose, happy with that. We just can't see all the other routes, that's all. I mean, there's a 16 being exported. Well, not exported yet. Hang on, where's our OSPF tables? Where's the 14? I suppose it's fine. Okay, so what do we then need? So our costing is working, right? Hey there, Petrie. I'm in South Africa, mate. Why did our pipeline fail again? Why is it always failing on black, chat? I don't understand that. Oh, no, it's still running. Why don't I receive an email saying it failed? That's weird. It's really weird. Anyway. Well, I changed this thing like down 1 degree and it's suddenly like there's ice coming out the fucking ceiling. Unfortunately not, mate. I got a work schedule that'll
Here's
keep
an
me
interesting fact I just found.
busy for the next
All
2 to 5
US
years.
presidents have worn glasses. Some just didn't like being seen wearing them in public.
Oh, thanks, Kendra. Okay, so the OSPF cost is working because you've only got 2 interfaces, right? So R8, there's the 2 that we're getting. And that is correct. It's the two with the lowest cost. So now we need to test out are we going to test out Ecmp first, or are we going to add the command line tests to this? Maybe we need to change this to T20. I don't know. Maybe we don't need to even do that. Maybe we add the command line test to this now. And that'll be flipping the costing of interfaces live. And we see if the routes change. So we can keep this test as it is, but just flip the costing of 2 of the other interfaces down to 12. And then we should have 4 instead of 2 routes that we receive then. Why does this still say static redistribution tests? This should be definitely not saying that. Let's fix that message here. Well, that's not using default settings either. Using configuration file settings. Okay. Okay. So this should be default settings. This one over here, mate. This one is config file settings. Okay, so what we need now is to fucking change this shit around a bit. So I think we're just going to copy this test, right? T14 command line, right? I don't know. I mean, these could 3 paths. I should probably then change to like I don't know, command line. Fuck, I don't even know. Let us just delete all of the expected data. Right. And we now need to figure out how we're going to change this from the command line, right? For that, we probably need to look at our BGP graceful shutdown stuff, because that's got a command line option as well where we change things. Or quarantining, I mean, same thing. Let's check inbound command line. Oh god, there's a couple of these now. There's 2 that we need, one with a pattern and one without a pattern. How the fuck does this even work? Let's try and understand this, chat. Let's try and understand this. So we probably just need test quarantine. Probably just need this, right? We don't have anything in the one we have now, and we got a whole bunch of shit over here. And then we probably need to see how we've plumbed that into here. We just have an extra function that we added before quarantine and after status. So after status we need to get this in. Okay, I think we can do it. After status. So over here. This is just going to be test configuration of interface cost. And this is going to be test interface cost. And this will be OSPF interface cost test to customize template. I don't even know. Test interface cost. Why is that showing up as a problem all of a sudden? That's a bit weird. We're gonna have to check that out first. And then over here, we're gonna use that function, right? Okay, so over here, oh, that's what we needed. Oh shit, fuck. It says this needs to be overridden. Are we overriding it everywhere? That's weird. What about configuration file? Yeah, we are overriding it. Oh. I mean, okay. Suppose we could. Test. Interface cost. OSPF interface cost test to customize template, and we need to override this then in here, which is being overridden, and here as well. Okay. And this one over here. Okay. So now what we need. Shit, this is going to be a little bit more complicated than just what we have here, but this is going to be OSPF interface cost set 0, which is the area, the interface, which is going to be on R4. So R4 set area 0 interface ETH 1 to 12, right? So that's going to set. Why does it say add R1 to quarantine list? Change ETH1 cost on R4 to 12. So our config file has changed 4 to 14.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion.
Oh God.
The very first bomb dropped by the Allies on Berlin during World War II killed the only elephant in the Berlin Zoo.
Kendra, how do you find that on Pornhub, mate? This is going to be OSPF interface show, right? Hey there. I'm not right. How's it going, mate? How did I learn to code? Reading the manual, mate. This is going to be interface status. Yeah, they do, man. I don't know how she finds that stuff there. It's pretty weird. This is going to be R4 configure. This is going to be interface status. But what we're going to do is leave this here. OSPF interface cost status is not correct. Oh my dear Jesus. And then check R. Why do we need to check R2 status? That's a bit weird. Oh, we need to see if the settings were applied, right? Oh my god. But this is going to be check R4. This is going to be check R4. So this is going to be OSPF interface show, and quarantine status is going to be interface status. Right? And this is going to be OSPF. Oh shit. Interface cost status is not correct. And we're going to connect to R4. And we're going to wait until R4 is back up again. And we need to import time. Oops. Okay, well, I don't expect this to work first try. Definitely not. So we run BirdPlan, we go OSPF interface cost set 0 ETH112. We check the status of R4 to check that it is a pending change that's going to be applied. We rewrite the configuration file. We show that it's been applied, and then we rerun Bird and we do a reconfigure, right? Or we do a reconfigure of Bird live, and we should get R4 hopping into the Ecmp set that E2 and that R2 and R3 are in. That should work. Yeah. Sure, right? This is new territory, boys. We've never tried doing this before. Then we're going to combine that with BGP. Probably tomorrow. Let's see what this shit looks like. Trying to black everything. Something is wrong, I think. Oh no, wait. It'll only be from the perspective of R8. Right? Yeah, something's not right. If we reran that, are we going to generate an error? Shouldn't have had the right expected there though, but we'll see. Int or subs, what the fuck, where does that error come from? Oh, that's a weird error to be getting here. That is definitely a weird error. We obviously got too much output to see what the fuck's going on, right? But this type error is not right. Where's it coming from? Here we go. Jesus, in argparse. What the fuck? Int object is not subscriptable in argparse. First time I've ever fucking seen that before, chat. The fuck? What does this even mean? idea. Oh, maybe it needs to be text. Maybe. Let's delete our expected data again. Oh god, Jesus, what am I even doing? And let's try and rerun that and see what we come up with. Okay, and channel block everything again. Okay. Now on the one side, look at that. I think this is better. Not sure yet. Nope. It's still not working because you've still only got two routes. Maybe it's not converged yet. Where's the OSPF table for R? Is it R4, right? It's still 14. Why is it still 14? Oh, you know why? It's because we got an exception. It didn't run the other shit after it. That is why that's happening, but how are we even going to fix that? It's because this one here is failing. We're probably gonna have to output this into a log file. We can check what it actually looks like. Why does it return true though? That's not good. That should be returning.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. There are only 4 words in the English language which end in douse: tremendous, horrendous, stupendous, and hazardous.
That's not right. That is definitely a deficiency somewhere in our code. Where would that be? That's interface show, right? This is returning quarantine status. And this one is returning true. Oh, that's the problem. The wonders of unit testing, chat. Why is that throwing a fucking error now? What is this? This is a BirdPlan OSPF interface status. Structure. Okay, well, if we run that again. Why am I yawning so much? Jesus. It's almost like I'm dying. Okay, let's see what it looks like this time. Don't know if that's better or worse, to be honest with you. I've got no fucking idea.
Nigel's yawns are contagious.
Oh, yawns what? Are they? Are you yawning now as well, mate? Damn it. Sorry about that. Somehow they are contagious, right? Where's R8? R8 still not right. Where's R4? Oh, it's not right because it's still failing. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get the correct output that we need for this. And if we got the correct output there, we'll then move on to the next command and we'll actually have it setting the correct shit, I think. But this probably means that we need to check this out. There we go. There we go. That is what we're after. That is what we're after. So we need this structure. That is the output. We're going to verify that it's correct now. But that is the output of the status change. You'll see it's actually quite nicely formatted. There we go. Okay, so current, we've got cost 14. Just give me a second. That might be because it is late here. Yeah, probably, man. But maybe I caught my yawn from you then. That might be a valid explanation. Okay, so we've got an override of 12 for ETH1, right? There's the current configuration. ETH1 is currently costing 14. We've got an override for ETH1 to 12, and we've got a pending configuration to be implemented is cost 12. So that's our override sorted out. It's working at least over here. So what we can probably do is extrapolate what the next one would be, because we can copy this, right? And we can probably paste it here. And we can say that the current configuration is 12, the override is 12, and the pending is 12. That is probably not going to work, but we can try. We can try and see what happens. So let's write expected, China black, retest, and see what the result is. Okay, so write output, China black everything, and rerun the test. And let's see what it looks like. Oh shit, it failed. I don't know why that would be.
Here's an interesting fact I just found. Count the number of cricket chirps in a 15-second period, add 37 to the total, and your result will be very close to the actual outdoor Fahrenheit temperature.
Wait, what? That's fucking interesting. So somehow what the fuck is going on here even? Why is it applying the cost to ETH1 or ETH0? Well, that's probably not good. Huh. I did set it on, oh, I set it on ETH1. But that's right then. Current 12, override 12, pending 12. Oh, well. It says here ETH0 is now fucking 12. Why would ETH0 be 12 though? Chat, that's not good. It's almost like it's applying both areas to this, to both or the one area configuration to both interfaces. And there's no overrides. Why is there no override? Oh shit, you see something, chat. Never mind. I am a fucking idiot. I was pulling it from the wrong router. I saw there was no overrides here. And that's pretty much impossible. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. See what happens this time. Okay, and then we can China black everything, and we can rerun the test without what expected, and we can see what blows up this time. Right? Right. Okay. So mate, what is now wrong? Okay, it's just the routing table it seems. And it's because the next tops are changing, which is 100% correct. But why didn't we get an error? Why is the result changing then? We delete our expected data, right? And if we rerun the test, between runs it should be consistent. Why wasn't that consistent, chat? Why wasn't it consistent? It's a bit weird. Okay, so now we China black it, right? And we then rerun it. And we should get the same result back. And it's failing. Maybe it's OSPF still taking a while to converge. Oh, what even happened here?
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. 3.6 cans of spam are consumed each second.
What? Is it because OSPF restarted? that everything is now fucked.
Asaray Jada Jada Jebe to Dijaber Sibianuva, Majavi and a Boogie and a Buadidipi, Asaray Jada Jada Jebe to Dijaber Sibianuva, Majavi and a Boogie and a Buadidipi.
Majority, what the fuck, mate? What does that even mean? We did a reconfiguration. Here we go. Reconfigured. I think, is it possibly because it's still converging while we're trying to test it, maybe? It configures in like a second. And seeing as we're not waiting for Ecmp routes, it's not waiting for convergence, is it? Shit. We're only waiting for routes like this. We're not waiting for the next hops. Maybe we should change our code to wait for the next hops then. I think we moved that to our test framework from the BIRD client, right? Oh my god, Manjaro, dude. What the fuck, mate? What the fuck? So, where do we work out how many routes we have, chat? We had something that did that, right? We had something that did that somewhere. We should make it, work it out based on how many next hops there are. So it can wait for the next hop changes, I think. Where on earth did we fucking have it? It was in the simulation. Or not. Must have been in base test. Oh, it's over. Is it here? Yes, maybe? But that's normal OSRIB. That's not the actual fucking... Oh, here's BIRD routing table. Okay. Oh, we do get the next hops. Sort of. Cool beans, mate. Have a good one, man. Stay safe. So we're checking some len of the values for V and expected data values. Oh my fuck. You see the problem here. Do you see the problem here, chat? You see the problem is this, right? It's counting like it's ours. It's counting how many of these blocks there are. We want to count how many of these there are. I think. So it needs to be v.nexthops then, but there's not nexthops in all the there are nexthops in all the routes. I suppose we can try it and see what happens. So that should then wait for it to converge. Maybe. So the expected count is now completely automatic, it seems. So this would then need to be v next hops, right? But hang on, I just said that there's not next hops in all of them. What about a link local interface? Would there be a next hop there? Yeah, see, there's no next hops. Fuck me. How do you count that then? Without making a motherfucker of a function. I'll be right back.
I just found something interesting. The most common street name in the US is 2nd Street.
Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oops. My coffee or kettle just arrived. You quickly plug it in. Give me just 1 sec. Give me a second. Okay, so how are we even going to do this? We need the root count, right? So we actually have to loop through each root. Right. And we need to check if next hops let's call this table instead. Count plus equals len prefix next hops, right? This can be changed. And we can return count, right? Maybe.
Last month was the delightful news that Ubuntu 21.04 is aiming to use Wayland by default for non-NVIDIA systems on the GNOME desktop rather than the x.org session. While there is 2 months to go until the Ubuntu 21.04 release, there still is more work ahead in making that shift a reality.
Okay, that might work. We're probably going to have to run some other tests first. Seeing as we're now counting the next hops instead of the routes themselves. Let's do T20 RIP. RIP might be a good idea to test that out. How are we even getting the expected count from the other side though? Oh, that just counts. Oh fuck, we've got it over here too. This also needs to have it then. So this will be result then. Okay. Might work. I think OSPF is the biggest thing to test here, actually. RIP, I mean, is almost instant, but OSPF definitely takes a while. This doesn't look too bad. We need to take the timeout to 30 seconds. We'll probably then see if there's a problem. Maybe this is going to be okay. We'll have to see. Okay, so we're going to run the test we just did, right? See what it looks like. Trying to block it. Now we should get a consistent result here. Maybe. No, I see there's still something wrong. What is going on here, man? What is going on here? Let's check what the output file looks like. Two next stops versus one. Ish, sort of. There's still only one, but 4 should be added to this. But why is it not being added? That's the question. What does our output look like? This is from R. R1 even. It's changing to R4.
I just found something interesting. The main library at Indiana University sinks over an inch every year because when it was built, engineers failed to take into account the weight of all the books that would occupy the building.
I think I know why. This is ETH0, it's not ETH1. We changed ETH1, right? Why would the cost on this be changed then? Between the two runs? I don't think the first one has enough time to converge. That's why this is happening. Yeah, I don't think the first one has enough time to converge. That's why we're getting inconsistent results. So I'm happy with our code for the next hops then. What we need to check is during the setup. So it converges before, it's not doing a convergence afterwards. We need to add this over here. If there's a delay, we need a delay after the reconfiguration as well, which would probably be over here. So once it's reconfigured, we delay again, wait for the convergence, and then we can write the output tables. See what happens. I think that's what the problem is. We need more delays, man. Especially with OSPF. I mean, BGP and everything is fine, but OSPF is a bitch with this. Race conditions and shit. Okay. Let's try to block that. And see what it looks like now. So in terms of our routing tables, 2, 3, 4, there we go. That's what we were after, right? That's what we were after, I think. We rerun this without the delays. It should now wait for all the next hops to get populated. Or not. Still fucked, chat. Still fucked. Something's not quite right here. Why is it removing 2 and 4 though? Or 3 and 4 and inserting just 4? That doesn't make sense. And it's the R1 OSPF table. What the fuck? Look at this, it's only got 2 roots in it. Should have 1, 2, 3 roots in it.
Ooh, you have the Crimson River of Anguish too.
Yeah, mate. Definitely. Crazy, I hate OSPF so much, mate. Here's 1, 2, 3, right? So why is it changing between runs? It doesn't make sense. Why is the next hop removing 2, removing 3, removing 4, and inserting just 4? Between runs. So we're losing 2 and 3. It makes no sense. We're counting the next hops. How many next hops are there here? It should be waiting for all 3. Chat, I don't fucking know. You're gonna have to figure it out though. Something is not quite right here. Where do we implement the next hop counting? Over here, right? So we're waiting for an expected number of next hops to be received. How are we even going to output the number of next hops in our logs? That, my friends, I've got no idea. We could add a report object. Maybe. And we could add expect count, right? Okay. If we delete that again and we rerun it, see what it comes up with. It's definitely waiting for it to converge.
I was searching
Definitely.
Pornhub and came to this conclusion.
Can
The
you
name
leave
for
Pornhub?
Oz in The Wizard of Oz was thought up when the creator, Frank Baum, looked at his filing cabinet and saw AN and OZ, hence the name Oz.
Okay. Expected count, none. Why is it not expecting any roots? That's one of the problems, because you see here there's 3 and it says it's not expecting to see any. I think that's one of the problems we have here. If there is 3, mate, that the right table we're looking at? Report. Oh, that's the result. Oh, it's not the same. But that is during the first run. Okay, so we'll compare them now then, right? So the first run we don't expect to count the roots. We just delay 10 seconds to afford it the ability to converge before we do the testing, and then we write out the roots to a file. The second time it runs, what we do is we then count the roots and we wait for it to converge so it has got that number of roots inside of the routing table, which works for every one of these 68,000 tests apart from this one for some reason. It's probably because we're changing the OSPF interface cost. And OSPF is notoriously fucked for. I say fucked, it's notoriously painful for trying to determine if it's converged or not. Give me a second, I just need to sneeze. Okay, Jesus, I'm back. Okay, so let's do a less again. Expected count none, expected data none, right? Perfect, that was the first run. Now if we ran that again, it should count how many next hops there are and how many prefixes there are in the shit. Right? Three, that's not correct. Oh, it is correct. It's not correct, is it? That's 1, 2, 3. That's not right. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because that's how many next stops there are in total. So what is then happening? But still, I don't understand this. Look at this. What the fuck? This is the data we're supposed to be having, and this is the data we have. You see, it isn't waiting. It's expecting 3 routes. There's 1, 2, 3, and it's exiting. It isn't saying that, okay, I actually need more fucking next hops here, mate. You slimy fuck. That's the problem here. So, how the fuck are we gonna fix this then? What did I do wrong then in my next hop counting? It's probably not prefixed.nexthops, is it? because the prefix has got roots under it, and under those roots are the next hops. Here we go. Prefix has got roots, and then under the roots are the next hops. So maybe we need to go one level deeper. So this would then be looping with the roots. In table values, or no, table values, this would be prefixes. And then for root in prefixes, right? It isn't using a set time at the moment. So what we're doing, CryoGI, is we are waiting until we should be waiting until we have got the number of next hops in the table. That's generally proved to be very accurate to determine if we've converged or not. So in terms of this table over here, right, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But what is happening is the implementation before, it was only after 1, 2, 3 prefixes, and it was counting how many roots there were. That would also be 1, 2, 3. It's the first time that we're doing Ecmp. So it's the first time that we've got more than one next hop address. So we now have to go one level deeper into the routing table and actually count all the next hops out. And then we should be able to see if we've either got too few or too many. But in terms of the BIRD reload, it'll drop all the next hops and re-add them. It seems to be doing that for OSPF, so that's perfect for us, because it means that after we've reconfigured OSPF, we got 0 next hops, and we have to wait for it to build back up to 3 before we can compare the routing tables. So we got prefixes in the routing table, and then we got roots in the prefixes, and then we got next hops in the roots. That's pretty much what I think we need to do here. We will not have an empty prefix. I don't think that's actually even possible. I've been told I should be doing if statements like this to make it shorter in code. I didn't find this readable at all though, but okay. Loop with prefixes. Loop with each root per prefix. And add next hop count, or 1 if there are no next hops. So there'll be no next hops if it is a, I don't know, there is some sort of roots that we have that have got no next hops. They just got a something. Or will there always be a next hop? That's a good fucking question. I'm pretty sure that I saw roots with no next hops. I think maybe there will always be a next hop then, right?
Hey chat, did you know there is a town in Newfoundland, Canada
Let's
called
just try
Dildo?
this. Yeah, you told us that, dear Kendra. Okay, so count plus equals len root next hops. So if we rerun this again, it should now go, I think, to 5, right? And then we'll be able to see if our roots have been populated with the next hops that we're waiting for. So the only time we do a set time is during the actual writing out of the expected data. And that's 10 seconds. And that's 10 seconds after everything has happened. So we can ensure that we waited long enough for things to converge. And that seems to have been fine everywhere, because that's only run while we're developing things. It will not ever wait for a set period of time after that. It's only when we first write the files out. Okay, so we got our 3 routes over there, right? And in our log file, we have got none and none, which is correct. And if we reran this now, we should be waiting for the next hops to appear. Maybe. We'll see now. So we basically poll the routing table. There we go. Perfect. All passed. So we poll the routing table every half a second to see if they're there. So that's perfect. It's now working as expected. We probably need to run this on T20 RIP to see if RIP still works. That will probably tell us if there's a problem or not. It is natural language like, but you need to read the line to understand the line. With the verbose if statement, you recognize the if statement and check the condition. It is an over optimization. Yeah, I'm gonna change it back. I completely agree. And also, if you're in a moment of stress when a client's complaining, hey, my fucking next tops are not working or so. Oh well, I actually did remove it. It's going to be really hard to try and figure it out quickly. If you see, some tables don't have next hops in the routes. I was very sure about that. Okay, so we're going to make this easier to read, even though it's longer, and chat was complaining at me the other day because of it. We're going to just keep it like this. That's so much easier to understand what is going on. We're here for readability. Luckily, it's only in a very few number of places. I think we even removed. Actually, it's probably only here. I think we removed it out of our command line interfacing because we removed that block of shit yesterday. So if next stops in the route, then count plus equals len route next stops, else count plus equals 1. Okay, so and if we don't have any count, then we just return. I suppose that this is okay. Return count if count else none. I suppose that is okay. That's, I think, pretty straightforward-ish. I don't think that's too much of a problem. If we reran this, let's see what happens. It's now fine. Okay. So some routes do not have next hops in them. That's pretty interesting. Oh, isn't that if it's on the interface? Because the interface will not have a next hop, right? Unless it is, yeah, an interface address will not have a next hop. So that's probably where that came from. Give me one short second. My mailbox is filling up as usual. Okay, so that looks good. We can probably commit that then. Okay. Base tests. So increase the timeout that it'll pause to fail to 30 seconds. That should be way more long. Oh shit, I see we included our debugging information. That should be way longer than required. We can actually probably move it back to 10 seconds, I suppose. I don't think anything will take more than 10 seconds to converge. We'll see. Wait, it was 30 seconds. That's weird. Actually, I don't think it was 30 seconds. There's no way it was 30 seconds. I'll just change. Ah, perfect. Okay. Okay, git commit then, right? Better next hop counting. Okay. So our testing with Ecmp for OSPF is working, right? We have got the 3 routes on R1.
Hey chat, did you know? Ants closely resemble human manners. When they wake, they stretch and appear to yawn in a human manner before taking up the tasks of the day.
Oh. Where's our V6? Over here. V6 we got 3 as well. So what we've done is on the command line we flipped R4 to be the same cost as R2 and R3. So where we would have had 2 routes, we now got 3 routes. So that basically means that our command line option to change the costing of an interface is functioning correctly. And then R8 we should have the same. If we check R8's kernel table, why is R8 not the same though? You see it's still 2. Well, that's not good. And V6 seems to have converged in the past very quickly. I think we might have to, no, that is also 2. Is it because we only changed the costing of R1 and it's routes received and it's not routes sent? See, we only changed the cost of ETH1. We didn't change the cost of ETH0. Maybe we need to change the cost of both of them, or we just, I don't know. So OSPF then calculates the costing based on routes received over the interface. It's not routes sent over the interface, it's routes received. So if you receive the route over ETH0, it'll add the cost of ETH0 to that route. Okay, I suppose that's fine. But I would prefer then to change this to ETH0 instead of ETH1. Or we could change both of them. I mean, both of them would also be fine. So you flip ETH0 to 12, which means that we need another override here. Oh shit. We don't really want to rebuild this fucking structure. Let's just add a comma here. Change this to ETH0. And pending configuration would be 12. The fuck? There we go. And then this configuration would be current 12.12 override ETH0, ETH1 and 12.12 again. Okay. Format document. Delete expected data. Run test again. Chat, you know, I told one of my staff members, please, I cannot be bothered today. And what do? They fucking bother me. So I said they're gonna have to wait until tomorrow. I said, is there anything that you need? Tell me now. I'm gonna be busy, I cannot be disturbed. And yet, guess what? Don't understand it, guys. I don't fucking understand it. You guys sit here and play computer games the whole fucking day or something. Okay. Right expected. Let's rerun this again. Let's see that these things are matching. Perfect. And if we then check our output, we got 3 routes for E1, and we should now have 3 for R1. We should now have 3 for R8. There we go. Okay, so we've shifted traffic then onto R4. That's a good thing. That's functioning as expected. So we've got then interface costing sorted out basically. Sure. So next would be Ecmp Weight, where we actually just set the weight for the interfaces, and then what we need to do is we need to bring another interface into that. So we're going to have 3 sets of tests. I think we're going to have, hang on, the command line option. There's not much more we really have to do with this, is there? What do we have for Gressel shutdown and everything? I'm pretty sure we had like quite a couple of things we had to do with that. Where is BGP gone? Why do I recall there being so many tests for this?
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. The first CD pressed in the US was Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA.
It just says it false and true. We don't need that because we're just setting it to a value. But we don't have an option to remove it. We're not testing the remove functionality out. I suppose we might get to that then. We'll just have to copy some tests or something. So we add it, we remove it, or we add it, we configure it, we wait for it to get configured, we remove it, we reconfigure it, and we see if it's back to normal. That will be what we have to do with that then. And hang on a second, why are these tests like all inside of a single block? Can't we split this up a little bit? Actually, I don't think so. We'll have to see what we have to, what we need to do about the other things then. Okay. So the reason we can't split it up and put more tables and do 2 tests on the same table is because the table names are stored as a structure we're looking at. So it's probably not going to work out so great. Just give me a second. I just need to forward an email here. Give me a moment, chat. Give me a moment. Okay. So Ecmp Weight will be next, and then we're doing a combination of both of them, I guess. So we got to make sure that we got everything we need for this one then. Where's our documentation for tests? This is under OSPF, right? And it's going to be interface cost T70 interface cost. I wonder, I just said we can't do it, but yeah, we can't do multiple tests with this. That's the problem. I think it's fine. We'll have to figure that out some other time. Okay. Hang on, how is he stored? R1 T OSPF 6. Yeah, so it just takes the routing table. Okay, it's fine. How big is this file? Is this still fucking enormous, right? God, like 2,500 lines. It's better than 8,000 earlier. Okay. So next would then be Ecmp Weight. It's pretty much the same test, isn't it? So T72 Ecmp Weight, interface Ecmp Weight. Now, seeing as it's sharing the template and everything, can't we like share this between these tests? It might actually be a very good idea. Anyway, I need to quickly grab myself something to drink. Chat, I will be right back. You can give me a few minutes. Be right back.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. Any free-moving liquid in outer space will form itself into a sphere, because of its surface tension.
Okay, chat, where were we? Let's see. Am I echoing? No, that's great. Oh my god, PayPal is always changing their fucking policies, Jesus. Like every few days I receive a fucking email. Okay. Okay, give me just one moment. So make sure I do just a few emails every few minutes or every like hour or so. I sit with 20 gazillion. And I have to then check. Okay. Let's see, where were we? Okay, so we need to just change this one then. What did I say we're going to be doing? Sharing everything, right? Shit. Maybe we then need to rename these to like basic cost, basic Ecmp. Maybe we call this interface attributes then. And we can then change this one to basic cost. We can change this to conf file cost. We can change this one to command line cost. We can then just delete the other one and just copy them. So we don't duplicate tests too much. We can just blow away T72 then. Okay, so this is then going to be interface attribute testing. Oh, let me just re-enable TDS. Oops. Okay. OSPF tests for interface attributes. Okay, what we're going to have here then is T10 basic cost. Default values. We don't have any costs listed here, do we? No, so that should just be T10 basic with no special things or anything. Okay, OSPF test case for interface attributes using default settings. That's going to change the attributes. Why are you throwing an error? That's fine. This is going to change to interface attributes. This is going to change interface attributes. This is going to change to interface attributes. OSPF interface attributes test to customize template. Interface attributes test to customize templates. Okay. Test for interface attributes. And then we've got T12 conf file cost. Test OSPF interface cost when set in a configuration file. Test OSPF interface attributes between routers using default values.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion. A dime has 118 ridges around the edge.
A what? A dime. Oh. Interesting. Command line cost. Maybe this can then change to T20. Right? And this can change to T20 here. T30 here. Okay. T20 conf file cost, T30 command line cost. Okay. OSPF interface attributes tests. Test for interface attributes. Test for interface attributes. Template. Test case for interface attributes. Okay. And then we can copy this one, right? And we can call it T22 conf file Ecmp Weight. Oh chat, I can't wait until we can I can't wait until we can plug this into BGP. Interface cost, interface attributes using default settings. That should get cleared now. This is interface cost using configuration file. This would be interface attributes. Okay, and Ecmp weight. I should have probably did search and replace. Got too many spelling mistakes. Jesus. Okay, test interface cost. This will be test interface Ecmp weight using configuration file settings. This will be attributes. Okay, so the output of this is going to be slightly different to cost, where Ecmp weight is just going to change the weight of the routes on each of the paths. Right? See what happens. Let's see what fucking happens, mate. Oh no, I thought it died immediately. Okay, let's do a China black here. Check what shit looks like. Oh shit, I did it on the entire OSPF directory. Well, that was probably not the best of ideas. Okay. Why is our weights all set to fucking 1? Unless we need to go down a bit. This is not looking good. This is not looking good. Not looking good at all. Why is our weights all 1? Did I run the right test? I did. Weights are still 1. Yeah, there's a problem, chat. Weights are all 1. Yeah, well.
I was searching for an hub and came to this conclusion.
Not another
During
time
a severe
again.
windstorm or rainstorm, the Empire State Building sways several feet to either side.
Well, this is not good. Ecmp weights are not working. Now, why would that be? It's being set. This is not good at all. Unless Man, how do you tackle understanding large open source projects? Piece by piece, mate. There's no way I can visualize this project anymore. I just do a piece at a time. Small enough piece that I can actually understand what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, so we've definitely got a very big problem with our Ecmp weight, right? It's just not doing shit at all. That is not good. That is like as bad as it gets, really. I was expecting something to happen when we did this. Unless it's because it needs to be on different interfaces or something. In which case, what the fuck are we going to do? I literally don't fucking know. Unless it is like... Unless you have to define it on multiple interfaces coming into a single system. It's kind of interesting. I've been working on my own on a very big project, and I had to quickly adapt to only understanding pieces of it at one time as well. Yeah, it's the only way, mate. Once a project is pretty huge, you can only do pieces at a time. The second you start to do more than that, and you start to have weeks and weeks of delays when you change something and other things break, and I don't know, shit like that, you know. Yeah, it's not as simple as it sounds. I feel you there, man. So we might have to go to the BIRD manual for this and figure out what the fuck is going on, why the Ecmp weights are not working. I don't understand that, because I expected something else to happen that we wanted to happen, right? Where is the Ecmp weight? Here it is, here. Unless it's like on the fucking interface. When Ecmp multipath routes are allowed, this value specifies a relative weight used for next hops going through the interface. I mean, that is fine, right? It just means our test scenario is not sufficient to support the case we are trying to test. We don't really want to... I mean, it would have actually been quite nice if we could assign an Ecmp weight for all of these systems. That would have been really nice. Had a hard time when I worked for the Telegraph. Yeah, man. Yeah, so there's projects in future that I need to work on, like a ticketing system that is actually fucking useful for an organization that spans more than one country and uses ticket systems for things like scheduling payments to suppliers and client changes and stuff. And then after that, we need to integrate an accounting system into the same sort of interface, which can basically then log tickets in terms of request changes and stuff like that. And then after that, we need to add in other things like a quotation system. These are all separate projects that I have at the moment. Some of them are like 100,000 lines of code or so. So we need to combine all of those into a single plugin based system that we can then use to integrate the various systems between each other to have a paper trail of shit that has to happen. Hey there, Salmon. How's it going, mate? Yeah, you can ask and I'll see if I can help you, man. So this is not going to work then, because R8 needs to be able to set ECMP on an interface, not on a, or we can't set it on R1 to R7. How do you even start planning a huge project? I start with the most complicated fundamentals that I need to implement first. So there's one more project as well that I need to probably do at some stage. It is we need to be able to manage the configuration on like 2,500 routers and systems that we have. And the tools out there at the moment are sort of lacking in terms of the architecture that they use and the sort of hurdles one has to cross just to be able to deploy, like, I don't know, I think we have between 400 and 500 different solutions that we deploy. So I was thinking about a configuration management system, something like Spacewalk, which is I think a Red Hat product, where you got a dashboard of all the systems that you have or so, and it, I don't know, it provides a few things.
Taste food unless it is mixed with saliva. For example, if a
Okay,
strong
Kendra.
tasting substance like salt is placed on a dry tongue, the taste buds will not be able to taste it. As soon
Okay.
as a drop of
Be
saliva
quiet.
is added and the salt is dissolved, however, a definite taste sensation results.
Be quiet.
This is true for all
God damn it!
foods.
Shut up. Okay, so we need to be able to manage the configuration on them, and the one problem that we have with systems like Ansible is it can't be accessed from behind a firewall. Now, quite a number of our clients outright refuse to allow any external system to access an internal system. So something like Salt works very nicely, where the internal system can make a connection outbound to a specific IP address and pull the configuration from there. The problem with Salt is even if you use something like Python or so to try and configure, I think we have about 400,000 lines of Salt configuration at the moment. That takes about 2.5 years to, it took about 2.5 years to convert from the Salt file format to the Python format. And that's actually where this BirdPlan system originates from. One of those systems that we have that deploys configurations. But what we need is something that is easier to use, more simple, and allows something like a client to make restricted changes to the solution that they have deployed themselves, but on a web interface. Mate, it's open source. I don't get paid shit for it. We do get paid for solutions that we deploy. This specific system over here, there's various proposals that we've done that is linked to this. There aren't any signed yet, sort of, but this is going to replace a system that we have in place at the moment for us and at least 2 of our other clients. While there's no like immediate return in terms of financial value or so, the power that we would have after we implemented BirdPlan would allow us to create and sell solutions that we wouldn't be able to do before. Okay, Salmon. I'm building my first application with TK Inter just to learn basics. I already have centralized everything, but when I put the window maximize, nothing is centralized. Oh, I've got no idea, mate. I haven't ever used TK Inter before. Yeah, man, truth for open source programmers. I get paid a very small salary compared to what I actually do, unfortunately. But yeah, one day, right? One day. One day. Okay, so Ecmp is not working as we actually expected it to work. I'm wondering if this is a problem or not. It's probably going to be an issue. The thing is, you see, where's my other diagram gone? There we go. Now, how can I open that up? Just... how am I even going to point onto there? Give me a second just to figure out what I'm doing here. Where's my mouse? My mouse doesn't even show on that fucking screen. Me trying to open it somewhere else. Hang on a second. Where can I open that? Probably in Firefox. Okay, so we've come to our first sort of problem. Give me a second. I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to open that. Here we go. It'll work. Okay. Why add graph editor? No, this is DIA. Dia. Okay, so we've got a problem now, right? We need an Ecmp, but we need to define the costs for traffic. Well, I think we have a problem. I'm not quite sure yet. So if we've got these links over here, right? These three. That is where we're implementing Ecmp over.
Looks complex already, D.
Yeah, man. We've almost completed all of the requirements on here, though. Almost. The last thing we're doing now is doing the OSPF Ecmp so we can feed the Ecmp routes into BGP and have Ecmp BGP routes. That's pretty much what we are doing here. But the entire purpose of Ecmp is to be able to prioritize an interface to send more traffic than another interface, right? So if we got a 10 gig interface here and two 1 gig interfaces here, we want to be able to balance the traffic over it. Now, this is going to be a problem, isn't it? How would one do an architecture where, say for instance, ER2.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this conclusion.
Not again, Kendra.
In the United States, a pound of potato chips costs 200 times more than a pound of potatoes.
How would one do this? Would one have to create, instead of splitting two of these onto, say for instance, CR2A and one onto CR2B, would one just create like VLANs over all three onto both of them? Because then ER2 would be able to do Ecmp into CR2A and CR2B and be balanced over both of the fucking things. Because this obviously won't work then, because ER2 is going to send traffic equally to CR2A and CR2B because there's a single interface going into ER2, right? So it's going to balance it equally over these two up top here, which has then got 3 interfaces, which has the ability then to balance it over all 3. So how the fuck would that then work? VLANs everywhere. VLANs everywhere, chat. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. So OSPF's Ecmp works on an interface, so you need to have at least 2 interfaces to be able to balance traffic. You can't balance traffic on a single interface that connects to 2 routers. Unless we are clever, right? We can actually do it. We don't have to use Ecmp Weight over here. We can set our own Ecmp values for routes we receive. Right? Maybe. Actually, OSPF works slightly differently to things like BGP. Slightly differently. What is going to happen then if we get fed in? So if we do a recursive route lookup or recursive lookup with BGP.
Nigel, we have a new follower. Thank you for following Oliver 1733.
Hey there, Oliver 1733. How's it going, mate? Where's my notebook gone? Hang on a second, chat. We got to draw this and visualize it, you know. Just give me a moment. Where's my tablet? This is one of the core features why we're doing this entire exercise, that we need to be able to implement. But it depends on quite a few things as well. Just give me a second to plug this in.
Hey,
and to
Nigel,
figure out where the
we have a
screen
new
captures
follower.
disappeared.
Thank you for following Xofficial.
Hey, it's official. Thanks a lot for the follow, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, man. Just give me a second, chat. Let's quickly start my tablet up here. That kind of look like what I'm working on. I just don't write code to solve a specific issue. Far above my knowledge. Yeah, man, it's probably as far as you can go into BGP and OSPF, to be honest with you. Give me a moment, I'll pass the screen capture over shortly. Gotta close everything that's open here. Give me a moment. Where the fuck is my drawing program thingy? Thought I had a Twitch document. It's not. You know, just start from scratch. Plain paper. Where's plain? Layout.
Here is an interesting fact I just found. Lorne Green had one of his nipples bitten off by an alligator while he was host of Lorne Green's Wild Kingdom.
Wait, what? He had his nipples bitten off. Fucking crazy shit, chat. That's crazy talk right there. Okay, can I switch screens now? Oh, I can. Okay, Jesus, this is unbelievable. Okay, so take for instance, right? We have got a router sitting here. And we got a router sitting here. Okay, you can see that. Great. We have got more than one link between them. So we've got Or say for instance, I'm wondering if we can just take a sort of a two situations maybe. Okay. One where we've got a switch, right? That's got links between it, and one where we have got interfaces here these are interfaces on the system into a switch, and depending on the IP or the VLANs or so, you basically, well, that actually doesn't make very much sense, does it? It's pretty much the same thing as that one. Okay, so maybe we do this a slightly different way then. Maybe we say we've got two systems here, like in our diagram, right? We've got one system here. There's two links from this one into here, and there's one link into here, right? And we've got one system that is over here, which is on a switch, right? These are the interfaces it has. How do we zoom out of this? Oh god. Can I use... Ah, there we go. Okay. And this one's got three interfaces. Okay. We're going to call this A, B, C, and D. So, if we export a route, right, from router D, A is going to have an Ecmp route to C and B, right? It'll be equal cost, even though router C has got two. I'll change the size of this. Just write this in better. Even though C has got two links, so say for instance it's just 1G, right? Router A is going to have equal cost to B 1-to-1 and 1-to-1. That's not really ideal, is it? I would have preferred router A to be able to say, okay, I'm going to have a weight of 2 to C compared to a weight of 1 to B. So you can route 2 times as much traffic over C if your Ecmp is up. But I suppose that might just be a pipe dream. I don't actually think you can do that, because what happens if what happens if router C's one link goes down? You're not going to be able to know that on router A, are you? That wouldn't be ideal. So maybe the architecture of this has to change slightly.
While it was a sad blow when PCBSD/TrueOS stopped pursuing its desktop ambitions as what was arguably the leading BSD desktop operating system out there with a nice end-user experience, since then we have seen efforts like Midnight BSD, Ghost BSD, and others fill the void with continuing to enhance the out-of-the-box BSD desktop system. A new entrant that is quite interesting is Hello System, that aims to be a Mac OS of BSDs for a polished desktop experience.
Thank you, Kendra. So maybe the architecture of this has to change then. If we want to balance 3 links, say for instance that this one link is a different size. Say this is fucking 10G. Oh shit, it's the wrong color. Okay. So that's 10G. Maybe what we need to do instead, right, is have system here with 3 links each over VLANs, because then you can change the Ecmp on each of these. Maybe this is not a good depiction of what we want to do. Maybe we do it like that. No, it would actually have to be separate VLANs from all of them, isn't it? It can't just be, it can't be one set of VLANs going into this system here. It has to be from every other system on the other side. So the use case for this, right, is for redundancy between 2 regions, where there will be 2 routers on each side, and there is 4 links at the moment, right? And we can assume that this is 1G, 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 and say 10G. Now, how OSPF and BIRD works is it creates a virtual interface for every IP range. So if you then have VLANs over it, this will be probably pretty crazy, but it would just be, it will be 2 VLANs over every single link then, right, to the 2 routers on the other side. That does actually sound a little bit crazy. That's a lot of VLANs. So we would have one VLAN going over there, one VLAN going over there, one VLAN going over there, one VLAN going over there. Unless you do it like this, right? But then instead of, yeah, see, you would then also need, you would also need a VLAN going over there to this one. If you want to use Ecmp to balance the traffic. And then you would have to have a VLAN going over here, over each of them. And you'd have to have a VLAN going over here to each of them. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 VLANs on each of them to be able to balance traffic over it perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but relatively close to perfectly. I'm not sure how we can accomplish that, but our Ecmp weight now should work if we split it on two different interfaces. It's not ideal at all, I think. It's not ideal at all. It would have been better if we could have like tagged the route. But then again, you can't tag the route with anything. Even if you could, we wouldn't know which of the links are up, would we? The only router that would know that is the router that's connected to the other region. Well, that's an interesting... you can't put them on the same IP range, because then you would have the same costing on all of it. We wouldn't be able to see if one is down to change the to change your Ecmp to rebalance. It's just a lot of VLANs, man. But then again, if you had like, I suppose if you had that many VLANs, any of the four would be able to go down and traffic would just flow normally, right? And if you set the cost on each of them, I wonder. But anyway, so the problem that we have here, right, is we need to probably figure out how we're going to test this then. What other attributes do we have to work with here? We got the metrics. That's not really useful at all. That just decides what's going to be selected and what's not going to be selected, right? scope preference from gateway protocol source destination if name if index IGP metric. I'm pretty sure they added Ecmp not too long ago, but it's still not in the release version. They haven't released something for a while.
I was searching Pornhub and came to this
Kendra, you
conclusion.
should stop searching
A raisin
Pornhub.
dropped in a glass of fresh champagne will bounce up and down continually from the bottom of the glass to the top.
A raisin? What the fuck? How does that even work? Okay, so we know that Ecmp weight then has to be set on the interface that's pointing to the other system. Definitely not ideal. Definitely not ideal, not what we... I don't know what I expected to happen, probably for the weight on these systems to be set somehow on R8, so it'll automatically balance it to them. But that's only based on the cost of which one is up. I wonder. Thing is, with the VLAN approach as well, you got the problem that if you fucking add one more link, you have to add 4 more VLANs. If you add one more router, you have to add fucking 4 more VLANs as well. It's not really the ideal situation. I mean, I wonder what would happen. I suppose that each interface, what happens if it's sat on the same VLAN? 4 routers sitting on 4 VLANs, each with a cost set. It just means that they'll be able to see each other, which is probably not the best of things. I mean, is that really a problem though? Maybe we need to actually simulate that with something like this. Four routers here, 4 routers here. Say 3 links. Each 4 with 3 interfaces. Sitting on one LAN between all of them, with 1 router behind each of them. I wonder if that would be worth trying. I don't know if we can connect a switch to a switch though. I don't think so. I don't think we got that capability with our setup here. What happens if we, let's just copy the, what can we copy here? Let us copy this entire thing. Chat, we might actually have to leave this until tomorrow, man. I need to be off shortly. So what happens if we had four routers, or say you wanted groups of 2, right? What happens if we got, so that's groups of 2, but we probably need 2 groups of 3. Right. Okay, you're gonna see what I'm gonna do now. And interfaces between them. So we would need R2 connected to, these need to go to switch 3 then. R2 would then be connected to, so R2, 3, and 4. Wait, would these still be connected to switch 2? Yeah. And connected to switch 3. And connected to switch 4. Right. And then we would have switch 2 connected to R5. Switch 2 connected to R6. Switch 2 connected to R7. And switch 3.
I just found something interesting. Bats always turn left when exiting a cave.
Oh. Well, chat, this is going to be an interesting fucking diagram. I can promise you that. So that puts R6 on each VLAN, right? It puts R5 on each VLAN and R7 on each VLAN, which means they would then be able to define the Ecmp weight on each of those VLANs as an interface to reach the other side individually. Which means you only need 3 VLANs on each of them. You set up a VLAN on each, so you assume that the switches are 3 links, right? We actually probably need a 4th link as well. So it actually looks something like this. So you assume switch 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the links between 2 regions, R2, 3, and 4, and R6, 7, or 5, 6, and 7. Each one sits on all 3 VLANs, or each one sits on all 4 VLANs. And then you can change the cost on each one of them to bring in the Ecmp routes. I don't know what OSPF would do about that though. I've got absolutely no idea. It's going to see a lot of... It's going to see the cost to get from R4 to R7. I suppose the cost would be 1 higher going through R2, right? I mean, if you just cancel out R7 or so, things will just work perfectly. I think this might actually work. It's a little bit fucked up, but it might just work. And then R6, 5, 6, and 7 will then connect to R8 on the other side, which should just give one ECM, one single route. So these ones would have all the routes resolving to the other side that they need, and how to get there, and a costing on all the interfaces. So R6, 7, 5, 6 and 7 would sit on the same IP range on each of the VLANs then, instead of on separate VLANs all over the place. We can try that tomorrow and see what explosion it causes. It's probably going to not work as expected, but I'm pretty sure OSPF is clever enough to sort this out. I'm pretty sure. It's going to be a lot of route calculations, but I'm pretty sure it should be able to sort that shit out. So we put each of the routers then on the same VLAN of the same link to the other side, and we assign a cost then to the interfaces. So we got like one 10G interface here, 4 VLANs on it, each with a separate separate Ecmp weight, and then each one of the routers will then automatically load balance the traffic over. I think that's what we're going to be doing, but yeah, it'll have to be like that actually. Because if you got one of these routers with a 10G interface, as soon as you get like R8 that lies behind 5, 6 and 7, it'll have Ecmp of equal value to all of them. It will not know that the one has got a 10G link, and it will not know if that 10G link is down. So it'll be routing 10 times as much traffic through R5 than R6 and R7. I think we try something like this out tomorrow. We move R8 all the way down behind everything. We probably separate the tests up. We assume that this is link 1, 2, 3 and 4. And we see what the routes look like on R1, R8, and then we can inspect these ones as well to see what they've done. So R4 is going to have routes as well to the destination. Oh, but in terms of OSPF, it doesn't keep the routes that it's not using in the ribs. So the only entries in the rib for R4 should be a direct connection then to R5, R7, R6, blah blah blah. So I think we should be good there actually. I don't think it's going to create any issues.
I just found something interesting. The katydid bug hears through holes in its hind legs.
We can try it out and see. But anyway, chat, I need to be off. I hope you guys have a great morning, afternoon, and evening. And I'm very sure I'll be streaming tomorrow. I absolutely have to get this completed now. We're at a point where we can now start adding OSPF to BGP and having all this routing information then inside of BGP as well, which is what we're after. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoy your days, and I'll catch you on the flip side tomorrow morning, man. Have a good one. Cheers, guys.